skills. UTouch has not only trained these people directly, but they have all trained people indirectly. In fact, I'll give you a couple of wonderful examples. There was a boy from one of the villages in Kitgum who came to us after after his high school education, graduated, and didn't know what he was going to do, trained with us at UTouch, and loved computers and decided to go back to the university, went to Chimbogo University, and as a freshman learned about the Google Challenge. And he created, I don't know if many of you know about Google Docs, but on Google Docs there's a portion where you become a partner with somebody on a document, and you will be able to see your name, and that is highlighted in color when you're revising a document. And actually, it's a Ugandan who created that. I want you to know, and should be very proud of that. Google selected him as the Google Student Ambassador of Uganda, and was taken to Nairobi for a conference, and then went on to get his master's degree in China. And he is now a professor at a university in Uganda teaching artificial intelligence. So you have so much opportunity there, which I saw, just wanted to bring to Uganda and spread it throughout the country, that there's information and there's such brilliance there that it's being adopted by those who graduate from UTouch and receive certification. I have seen just huge change in the people that have graduated and are becoming employed or becoming entrepreneurs, and the stories are just terrific, that they are in fact putting their siblings, their children in school, and they're supporting the families with medical care and improved nutrition. So it's just been an absolute delight for me to see the changes that UTouch has brought to Uganda in the different areas that we have been, and I look forward to seeing further changes in this new technology hub that we're going to be embracing very shortly, with 60 new computers, and it's going to be working in the advanced technologies as well as basic technologies, because we still have lines for learning basic technology, but the internet is a huge challenge, and the cost of the internet is, I think as you were talking about, is also a huge challenge for people. So we will be creating a business center so that people have access to the internet and internet cafe. And our training is free to the community, of course. And then we will be also engaging the women in their women's empowerment program, which I will tell you has made a tremendous difference in the women. They're just knocking it out of the park in terms of becoming employed or becoming entrepreneurs. And then they will become employed in the industrial parks there in Bali and so on. So thank you so much. Appreciate the work that you are doing to advance technologies.
All right. Thank you so much, Deborah. And we'll get back to you as the conversation goes on. I know that Baker is also online. We're going to try and get him. But I want to recognize the presence of the Honorable Justice David Batema. Thank you so much for joining us, my lord. I don't know how to make you rise and come to the panel at the front, or maybe you'd speak from there, whichever you prefer. There's a microphone next to you. You'd like to speak from the front? All right, sure. Justice David Batema is the senior resident judge from Mukono, and the judiciary is one of the areas that has embraced this digital divide, recently launching the e-access to the court services. So, my lord, you found us in the middle of a conversation on how to kill this digital divide that exists. And I know that the judiciary last year and into this year launched the e-access to court services. People can file their plaints from far away. Do you think that will improve the access to justice for Ugandans, knowing that courts are one of the critical infrastructure that many Ugandans interface with when they have challenges that they need addressed? It's on now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the organizers. I'll dive directly to what has been asked and say that the judiciary since 1996 began a program of ICT with Danida to cut on the long handwriting being used in court. At that time, the problem was writing and getting judgments and circulating them. Later on, we realized we can computerize all court process in Uganda, led by Justice Gonda Ntende and Justice Chiriawire. We realized that there is much we can do better by computerizing the filing of cases. In the past, everything had to be done physically. You walk into the registry, they open the manual register, you register your cases, then they are stamped or sealed, you go away with your copies to serve. And that would take time. A person would be given 21 days after filing in which to reply. But as of now, we can accept e-filing, and that takes a very short time. You don't need to travel from Gulu, Kotido, or Kabale. And remember, in those days, we had very few courts around mainland City Square. That's where the High Court was. So people had to travel from all corners of Uganda. Even when we established regional high courts, circuits like Mbale, Mbarara, Fort Portal, still the journeys were long, but technology has helped us to cut down on the distances, except that we are yet to develop an application where we can cross-check with each and every document before our clerks stamp it as filed. Apart from filing, now we are able to serve on particular addresses. High Court Mukono has got an address where all the lawyers can cross-check for any filings or summons or judgments being given online. And particularly in this time of COVID-19, where face-to-face meetings can't go on, it has served the purpose. I give you a date, say cross-check, check on your email address, check with our blah, blah, blah. But what was more interesting was about case reporting. Because the courts were thrown around the country, you wouldn't know what Justice Muviro has decided in Gulu, and you are deciding a similar case in Masaka. We found ourselves with conflicting decisions on the LOC system and the multi-party system. But with the computerization, we are able to have a platform where we can share judgments, law reports, and even made an e-library where you can get precedents. And this eased the work for the judges in the High Court. The problem remained in the lower courts. And yet, it's the lower courts where the majority of day-to-day litigation goes on. The common man, umuntu wa bulijjo, wants the case at the police and the magistrate's court. So when it trickled down to magistrate's courts, it remained mainly at chief magistrate's courts for a long time. I'm happy to say that with the assistance from development partners, now it is trickling down to magistrates, grade 1 courts in charge of districts. The problem with that has been the diary of districts. Today you have 5, tomorrow you have 8. Today you have 8, the other day you have 10. So planning is a bit difficult, but even the recruitment has taken into consideration those who are computer literate. I remember in 1996 when I was training, my first time to touch a mouse, was it a mouse? At Wumi, there was Justice the late Ouma. He refused to go for computer training. He said, I'm an old man. What do I need computers for? I'm going to write my judgment using the long hand. That was 96. Our former Chief Justice was very encouraging. SW Wambuzi said, I want everybody to be computer literate. And pushed all of us there. Pushed Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, High Court. People typing with one finger, learning for the first time, say, save. At the end of this, oh, it has disappeared. That was very encouraging. Now every person being recruited is asked, are you computer literate? What is Excel? What is Word? You know? So that's the way to go. The problem remains with our other players. The lawyers may know, the police officer may not know. The police officer is supposed to bring the witness or the exhibit, and the question is, how do I put it on ICT? How do I present the gun that fired? Now you, the judge, how do you gauge the demeanor of the witness who is at a distance and is looking at a screen before him or her or a machine fearfully? Now the fear of technology is a big one to us. In our legal training, we have been taught about physical appearance. This is the witness, he's presented. This is the judge, this is the magistrate. The court itself is intimidating enough. Now add their gadgets. Add there the wigs. If the judge is not analog and is a bit okay, the clerk may not. So we have decided, yes, we are going to be computerized. Now the problem is getting the trained manpower, or let's call it human resource. I may be a very good lawyer, a very good judge, but I don't know how to switch on Zoom. So we need systems administrators. In every court, systems administrators have been recruited. How they catch your time, how they know what you want about a particular witness. You have to keep directing. Focus on her eyes, focus on her mouth. I want to see how the mouth is talking. I say, okay, this document is not complete. What is it? Oh, they scanned only 3 copies. Where is page 5? And then you have to delay. But the biggest problem we have is the internet presence. Even here in Kampala, Mukono, you reach some, and you are off. And it's very easy for anybody to dodge court. Unlike the other physical appearance, here he says, I was on, then they have left. And they're doing other things. I've finished that. If a lawyer is frugal or fraudulent, we say, you appear for only 1 minute. Then we switch off and you say, the internet has gone off. It's not available. So you could waste the whole day waiting for the internet to be on, getting connected to the witness, or then they are back in the middle of it. Do you go forward? Do you go backward? We are trying to learn how to control proceedings on internet, on teleconferencing. It's a very interesting experience, but we are not very fast in catching up. The knowledge itself, the availability, the accessibility, then affordability. Me, I might afford because it is done by government. the witness will tell you, I have no data. And you ask, what is data? Me, I hear data is what we use to speak. For the time being, I can stop there.
Thank you so much, my lord. And you've really set up a good question for your immediate neighbor there. How do we ensure reliability of internet for those that already have it? And what investments are you making in infrastructure to ensure that reliability, Bob, from Airtel?
Thank you very much. Before we talk about reliability, also talk about affordability again, which we had already talked about. With the increased needs and with the increased need and the challenges that we have identified, Kenneth talked about partnerships. These are already happening. Maybe we need to broadcast them more. We have now there is what we call sponsored internet, where an institution, let's say, like in Justice's case, they get to buy a bundle that can be redistributed to either the employees or even the witness. Say, since you're going to be having a session, please, this is the link. You don't need to pay for your data. It is already paid for. So we already have that working. Maybe we need to do it more and more and more. Now, on the issue of reliability, it goes back to the issue of infrastructure. Take a look in Kampala. When you go to my neighbors in Nigeria, they tell you during peak hours, it is hard to connect to internet. You go to Muyenga, to Nagura and Kororo, they are okay. Now it goes back to migrants and natives. Where do you find more migrants? Where do you find more natives? And as telecom providers, we are finding a challenge in balancing to make sure that because we have high traffic in the natives neighborhood, we need to boost it up. But good enough, we have identified these, and they are being sorted. But what I hear just to say is people are taking advantage of the black spots. Even where the internet is stable, saying, why don't we take an advantage? Because everyone knows that at some point it is bound to be unstable, it is going to be off. So why don't we take advantage of that known fact? So it goes back to the issue, are we willing as a country, as citizens, as players, to make use of what we already have? So yes, much as we need to take care of the infrastructure and make it much better, I agree it is not where it should be. It also goes back to the issue of, it's a give and take. How much are we putting in building it, and how much are we getting out? And it would go back to the Honorable, and are there laws that would support the players to subsidize some of these investments? Is taxation friendly in the would-be investment in the field? So once we take care of those, I think we are going to get where we want to be. But at least we need to appreciate we are better off than we used to be 3 years ago. And I would think by the stretch would be better off in the next so many years, 2 years. I was looking at the rates from 2020 January to 2021 January, 1 year, we had 14% joiners on internet usage. And the Ugandan population, that was 1.45 million in figures. Then the Uganda population increased by 1.4. So the joiners were more than the population growth. Meaning that if we continue at the same rate, where we are seeing 36% of the current users of the total population just being the users of internet, it means that in another 10 years, we should be past 60%, I want to think, and therefore there would be reason far and large to invest without questioning in the infrastructure. But of course, the government needs to support the players and everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I like that you already posed the question to Silas, so we don't have to repeat it for him. But Silas, the other question that I critically want to ask is, people like Airtel, who are private sector players, chase for profit. So they see no need to have critical investment infrastructure in places where they can't generate profit. It then falls back to you as legislators to make sure that there is enhanced access even in places where there's no profit. How are you going to balance this divide so that you can push private sector players to invest in places where they may not get immediate profit?
Thank you so much. Thank you. One, I think first of all, it's very, very important for us to make government aware that there's a lot of benefit that we achieve from empowering people in terms of use of technology. The digital era is on, we cannot avoid it. That is our area now. And I think it is the duty of Parliament to push the executive to allocate resources towards this topic so that affordability question becomes something of history. Two, Parliament is the one which is supposed to exercise oversight. He raises an issue. I think it was the judge was saying there is a problem. If we are talking about the digital, the issues of reliability, you are conducting a case. The presiding officer is ready. His gadgets are well charged. But the villager from Ungero, where I come from in Ikumi, the power is gone. His bars are 3 in the phone. The phone has gone off. And he has a right, the right to say, my lord, my battery is going off. What are you going to do? And I thought Parliament needed to play a role there to make sure, first of all, we have laws that even govern that kind of aspect. So whereas we push government to put money towards making sure that affordability is true, we quickly, first of all, need laws to back up everything. That is when we shall be able to realize what we want. People should create a proper justification for leaving the past and moving towards the future. And the future is digital. There is no way we can pretend. So the Parliament, through its committees, we used to have the committee on the ICT. And I'm worried like we're migrating away from it. I don't know which one we shall have soon. You know, we are evolving also. So, but in short, our issue is how do we push money so that we try to subsidize the sector and cheapen the acquisition, access to the infrastructure, to the all the requirements for us to get the internet. And I thought it's good to partner with the Airtel and other players. You have somebody who does the I don't know how they call it, UCC, the regulator. Parliament should awaken UCC by way of conducting serious oversight over UCC, so that UCC also does its part on the players. I say so because when we raise the aspect of reliability, for instance, who is setting the standards? Who is assessing? Who is satisfying? Who is giving the certificates that you are now okay, you are licensed? Who is doing the independent audits? My clients, the voters, cry every day. This network is not reliable. But who is answering the questions? How do you access these people? For us, we shall do our part. First of all, the main thing is for government to allocate resources to lower the costs. but also for Parliament to play a role in making sure that the aspect of taxation is looked into seriously, to make sure that we don't overtax. In this time and era, actually, we should be talking about no tax on issues of internet at all, to allow everybody, first of all, to catch up. Once we get there, then we can reintroduce the taxes. When the taxes are able to give profits to everybody, benefits to everybody, I can tell you, URA, for instance, is going digital in terms of revenue collection. And those who are online are the ones who are going to pay a lot of what? Tax. But for us who are manual, the digital migrants, we shall survive. We shall not pay tax. You people will pay, for us we shall hide. And that is going to happen. So I think we shall play our role. We shall push government to push resources to make sure that everything is done to make sure the cost of internet is brought down by working very well with these players. They should give us information. They should give us justifications. They should convince Parliament that indeed if we did A, B, C, D, the situation will be like this. That is what we need. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Silas. I want to come to Dorothy, because when government and the private sector say they are working together, for us, we've discussed a lot of the people who are not native on digital, but those who are native on digital, they're worried about data privacy. We've had an issue in the country about data privacy. We have a data privacy law, which is very robust, but we see a lot of private sector players taking away data, using it as and when they wish. How do we tame this private sector to deal with the data privacy of the people they are collecting and mining tons of data from every day?
Thank you, Raymond. It's very important, because you can't talk technology without talking data. It's very important, and security. It's very important for users. And as you mentioned, we have a data protection law, and I should also add that we have already an office that is responsible for implementing the law, and the director is already in office. So it's very important, and I should appreciate government on this. I mean, the speed at which this process has taken is record time. It hasn't happened for so many laws. So we have a data protection law and a fully instituted enforcement mechanism for that matter. So the question now is, how do we get to the people that are supposed to know about this law and also know about the processes? Because the Data Protection Office is supposed to register all data collectors, and also oversee the enforcement of the law. Data collectors are supposed to really respect the rights of data subjects. They're not supposed to collect our information without our consent, which is very, very critical. Consent is one of the principles that are key to protection of our personal data. So it's a time for awareness, creating awareness, getting everybody on board, the private sector, the developers, civil society, and also government. Government is also a data collector. They should also comply to the law. However, the only challenge with the compliance is the provision that gives exemption to data collected for national security. And that's a big concern, because it's bound to be abused. But for now, I think it's very important for us to create as much awareness as possible to data subjects. Everybody who holds a gadget, who gives out their information, who uses a particular app, they should know that they have a right to question how their information is being collected, who is it shared with in the first place. Because over time we've realized that data collectors, poster as collecting data to provide a specific service. And at the end of the day, you find that this information is shared with third party without our consent, and also having control over us, and also benefiting in terms of ads, from third parties. So it's very important that everybody knows, we create awareness, but also the office gets down to work, okay? If we do not get down to work and identify data breaches and also organizations that are non-compliant, we will not have people protected. It's important for the office to work, but also create awareness around the existence of the law and also empower data subjects and Ugandans at large. Thank you.
Kenneth, what's the role of the private sector in data protection and data privacy for the natives on the digital spaces?
Thanks, Raymond. It's a very broad question, but my take on it is that because data is power, and with great power comes great responsibility. It's expected of you to be responsible for that data that you've actually collected. And with the private sector, unfortunately, we also have to do a lot of work when it comes to creating believability. It's one thing putting out a message that we collect this data for this use, but we don't keep any of this data. And it's another thing people actually believing that your platform is not going to collect the data and save it. I'll give an example from the fintech sector, where we are developing software platforms for financial institutions. And let's say this platform is meant to be enabling payments, whether mobile money payments or Visa payments, and someone has to actually give you their credit card information or their debit card information. And they know for sure that if you save this data, you have the power to continue doing transactions with this data. So but at the private sector, the companies like ours, we have to invest a lot in creating that believability, to infuse it within the customers that actually we don't use it and we don't keep any of it. We are only using it for this specific transaction. So the role there in the private sector is to create that believability, but we can't also do it alone. We also have to, again, bring it back to you, Raymond, in the journalism sector. How do we work together so that the journalists or the reporting that is being put out there in the economy is more of journalism that is meant to encourage confidence into the private sector systems, in this case the fintech sector. Because as a private sector, if journalism is working against us, and to give an example, if the word out there is more of hacking and all this, it creates a negative sentiment for the private sector, but it also has way deeper ramifications for the customers, because together, as we are seated here, we are working towards reducing that divide. But if the information going out there about the private sector is not positive and rather negative, it instead actually inadvertently increases the divide, because it's undermining the confidence that my grandmother in the village would rather have had in using mobile money. So we also have to, we have to work together as a private sector to work very, very, very closely with the journalism to make sure that the narrative that is out there is actually more of confidence building than confidence undermining. I submit.
All right, thank you. We now have to sort of bring this to a close in a way, and I want to start with Lillian here. From what we've discussed, and we've really discussed robustly, legislation, cost, mindset, changes in the law that need to be made. What are those takeaway recommendations for you that are, this must be done immediately we finish this conversation, that you'd recommend?
Thank you, Raymond. I think for me, the key takeaways would be one, of course, the biggest issue right now is we are in this kind of feeling that we are digital, but we are not. The digital divide is still very, very, very huge. So we need to improve access in terms of cost, infrastructure. A lot is happening, but still, we still have majority of Ugandans not being able to access and utilize the internet. So issues of digital taxation need to be addressed, because one is you cannot say we are giving you these many services online as a state or as a, private sector, and then you have this kind of, thing that is taking away, and that is the taxation. That 12% that was imposed on us beginning of this financial year needs to get away. We are seeing countries like Kenya, having the same, but Kenya, we are not at the same digital front when it comes to Kenya. We are seeing Rwanda is developing just because their taxation is lenient to their users. Of course, the other thing that I would like to take away from this, or something that needs to be addressed, is the issue of digital literacy. Empowering not just legislators, it has to be a wide kind of, spectacle for, everyone from the private sector, whether it's the developers, whether it is the hubs, whether it is the telecoms and civil society, media. Digital literacy is a very, very important aspect. Literacy in terms of skill set, technical and non-technical, these need to be addressed. I think for me, those would be the 3 key takeaways, just to leave some space for others to also build onto that. Thank you.
You didn't want to finish the entire marking guide. Noah, to you, what are the recommendations that you'd make?
The digital transformation industry alone has about $2 trillion worth of value to be unlocked. 2 trillion, and I'm not even talking about Africa, where the next 1 billion people are coming from that are going to be connected. So let's not just, these are nice conversations to have, but practically, if there's going to be change and a meaningful change, yes, there have to be the laws, but the also laws have to have consequences. And then yes, there has to be the motivation, okay? The motivation and we paint both pictures honestly and say, okay, fine, we can expose the 10,000 young people that are graduating from IT skills every year in Uganda to these opportunities in digital. This can be, if well harnessed, the next biggest employer for young people in Uganda, being such a young country. But then there's a cost of ignoring that. If we say, now let's wait for the laws, let's wait for there be a conducive environment, infrastructure needs to catch up, we're not going to move as fast. I was just doing a calculation. Between every industrial revolution, the time is shrinking. Between the first and the second industrial revolution, they had 100 years to prepare. Okay, it's like, hey, this thing is coming, it's not yet here. 100 years, 2 generations to prepare. Between the second industrial revolution and the third, there was less than 50 years. Between the third and the fourth industrial revolution, a decade, 10 years. You see, basically no time to blink. And we must be cognizant of these facts. And so, yes, let's not leave the people behind. And let's work in a world where we leave no one behind, but not at the cost of missing opportunities. Otherwise, we are going to go into another era of slavery, where we were first enslaved for our muscles because we needed to farm, cut sugarcane, and what. This next era of slavery is going to be digital, where you're just used for your numbers. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Noah. My Lord, what would be some of the recommendations and key takeaways from this conversation that we're having today?
Thank you. I like to move on. Where people are stuck in the old ways, the world will leave us. That was Lord Denning in the House of Lords. Said if we continue saying it has never happened, then nothing new will be done. And that's bad for the law. It's bad for all the litigants. We must realize that change is here, and we change with changes. If we are judicial officers trained in the old way, can we look for judicial independence as opposed to political independence? How can we interpret our laws, our procedures, to help Ugandans get expedited justice? I think we must go digital. It is for the good of us, for the good of community, for the good of the government. Emphasis in ICT had been laid on commercial justice. They built a commercial court, digitalized everything. Then they left the other parts alone. But if, for example, we are able to network and link the courts to the land registry, why would I need 6 months to find out whether this land title is correct, fraudulent or not? I should be interlinked with NITA and say, is this the true identity of this person? And I don't need verbal or oral evidence. So once we interlink the judiciary with the other departments or arms of government, we shall move fast and deliver justice. Because we are locking out investment in court. Somebody comes, gets an injunction, an interim order, and then you're waiting for witnesses. The register of land is no longer there, is transferred, is interdicted. I can assure you when Madame Kulata was interdicted from land, so many land matters stalled. And we are now discovering, I don't know what the Bamugemerere Commission recommended, but the powers that are being misused in the land registry are causing a lot of land conflict. How do we clip the powers of a registrar cancelling a title when those powers belong to a judge? He will cancel land title today, is transferred to Gulu, you remain with 16 land cases. And that's so bad for us. So if we are to go digital, we must interlink with other departments where we think technology is important in determining the case. I went to Budadiri, no, it was Bulambuli, to decide the border of Mount Elgon National Park and the citizens. The ordinary people were saying, no, we planted eucalyptus there. Eucalyptus is the boundary. Another one said, it's the river. But the river had changed course. Now I told them, no. You know, when we are surveying, we use internet. I told everybody, pull out your phone. What do you need to determine whether you'll talk to somebody in Kampala or not? They mentioned everything, and they left out internet. Then I began explaining longitudes, latitudes. I said, if we know that this machine, GPS, is going to use internet, we shall determine the border, whether it is behind the tree, whether it's in the middle of the river. And in one day, I decided a case which had taken 23 years by getting that surveyor and this surveyor to agree to the point where the boundary should be. And they are saying, you mean a phone, GPS, can decide our boundary? And that's the way to go. If we are going to train the judges to use the technology and then interlink them to whoever matters, I think we shall be there. The laws, yes, we need laws on admissibility of evidence. The old law we have on admissibility of evidence calls for primary evidence, where His Excellency says, Wamulabye, have you seen him? How does he look like? No. What is a photocopy? If, for example, I get 6 emails, which is the primary one, which is the second one? I think we need to change our laws on the admissibility of evidence. How can I tell that this slap on the child is created in the studio and is not actual? This is a maid beating a kid. How do I tell that this is actually a slap? And that sound. If I see a gadget going in for abortion and there is sound from the womb, does technology really pick sound from the womb and put it on the loudspeaker in court and say, that's how they kill babies in the womb? I think we also, the judiciary, the judges, should go back and become trained, and then the laws are suitable for us, and then there is networking. Things will go all right. But what we have done is to dive into the middle of the pool. Because the rest of the world is leaving us, we are also running after you, but we are not doing it rightly. For me, I would suggest if we had regional centers of excellence, and we begin with those, and we say, if you want a court which is digitalized, go to Mbale, go to Machindi, and then the others follow at a small scale. But this full blast, I really doubt. Let's go into technology, but let's prioritize which areas, and let us pick on in-service training, for example. A good bench must consist of experienced judges and magistrates. Our young boys, yes, they are digitalized, they are computerized, they are e-board, e-what. But look at the magazine. Let's have our old elders on board, and we shall achieve a lot, and we shall not leave out people in the court system. But I like going digital. It has eased so many things. And I like the way the president is pushing it in the judiciary with the Chief Justice. Let us go digital. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, my lord, for that. Bob, what would be your recommendations from this conversation that we've had?
I would like to take on from where Noah ended, the carrot and the stick. I remember when we are trying to change the way we load airtime. We used to have scratch cards, then there was e-recharge. For a long time, the telecom sector wanted to go e-recharge. Was even giving incentives. If you load airtime, you get 50% discount, bonus. But it didn't pay off until when the regulation came and say, starting this date, no more scratch card. And everyone complied, and we are moving on. In West Africa, they had achieved this. They had scratch card and e-recharge, and e-recharge was contributing 95% of their subs. You have countries like Zambia which are still struggling, but it all goes back to regulation. And I think that's what Honorable was talking about. Can we ask UCC to hold these people accountable, to hold the players accountable? What do we need for our nation? Are you providing it? But also looking at the standards. Earlier we talked about reliability. It's also the users need to enable the providers to give the best service. I'll give you an example. We talk about speeds, but also the device you use determines the speeds you get. I may give you 4G services, but if you have a 3G phone, if you have a 2G SIM card, I mean, they are not going to be compatible. You need to upgrade. But who gets this to happen? I think it is a collective responsibility where the civil society comes in, tells people, yes, you need the best, get from here. You need to also have an input into this. Then we talked about, my sister here was talking about privacy, and I find it challenging. We get customers every other time saying, I used my data is used up, but I can't believe that I used so much in so little time. People are still not aligned between what is data rate usage and validity. You tell me it takes 30 days, but I've used it for 20 days. What are you talking about? And then they go ahead to ask for reports, which we give, and they want you to give the inner report. Tell me, what websites did I visit? What gadget was accessing this? Of course, this is what we can do, but there is the user policy, privacy policy. And when you tell the user, you know there is a policy which doesn't allow us to go that way, they feel like you're trying to cheat, you're using it as an excuse. My question that I need to table, and maybe we can keep pondering on or upon, is how can the user also be guided on matters of privacy that can help them? Because yes, today you need that privacy to be bypassed because you need something, but tomorrow it will work against you. Then before I get off, we're talking, the keynote speaker was talking about the different platforms that have come up, Snapchat, TikTok, and these have taken away users' privacy, totally. And also, you find someone leaving home for the conference, stuck in the jam. They are posting to the world, entering Victoria Hall, now seated at the panel. They are telling everyone where they are, what they are doing, and they are compromising their own security. How best can we get this? And incidentally, I don't see that going away soon, but people need to be aware of their effects. 3 years ago, there was a story where a certain home was broken in two. And when they finally got the culprits, they were interrogated, and they said they walked in confidently because they knew there was no one in the home. Why? They had seen the posts of the family on a spree, and they were showing they would be there for over a week. So definitely there was no one home. So that's how we have compromised our security, and it goes beyond there. We have compromised our children's privacy, our marriages. So many things have been compromised. So that is something that we need to look at as we go digital full blast. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Honorable Silas, what are your recommendations on this conversation?
Thank you. One, I think there is a need for us to realize that even as we are talking digital, there are issues of human rights that must not be left behind. Because if you look through the chapter 4 of our Constitution, but also Article 59 of our Constitution, there are rights. Some of these rights have been stepped on because we've not been able to look at everyone. We've left some people behind. We're talking of education. Everything is almost. Everything is going virtual. In a way, I think we must apply that rights-sensitive lens so that we, as we're even developing the new legislation, as we are trying to talk of appropriation, to talk of monitoring what is happening, we guard the rights of our citizens as we talk about this technology. I can tell you the world is moving very fast. Somebody is now talking about facial recognition. You go to the airport, instead of having your thumbprint, instead of giving your passport, you show your face, and the machines open for you, you have access. But where is the privacy that is talking about? So these are very critical issues, even as we speak to issues of legislation. But away from that, if we go back to the House and we say, but as a parliament, what is it that you should be able to do? I thought, one, it is time for us to create a forum in parliament which will be focused on issues of digital technology, so that we are creating a platform that will bring the civil society closer to parliament, but also the other players and the users of this technology, so that it becomes a chance for us to share and sharpen the members of parliament, so that we create a pool of champions who are going to focus majorly on these issues of technology. So my thinking is that if we develop such a forum, we can now be able to develop a serious legislative agenda. For instance, we can say in these 5 years, the term that we have been given by the voters, what is it that we want to do in parliament with serious focus on digitalization? So we need to come up with a clear set of piece of work. Can we say we are going to move motions, for instance, asking government to give us a strategy. What is our national strategy on digitalization, for instance, maybe, on issues of digital technology? We move a motion asking government to give resources. Somebody was talking about the cost of this equipment, the data. We move a motion and ask the government, but also for areas which are specifically affected by certain challenges, petitions can be raised, and parliament should be able to handle that. But also we would love to see now an increased oversight presence of parliament across the board, pressing on UCC, and also the players, those who are helping us with all these platforms, the DSTV, the Airtel, MTN, and I'm told they are the biggest money makers of Uganda. But we need to work with them seriously so that we see that there's a progress. I can assure you things are moving very fast. Recently, I went to a certain country. So we are searching for a certain office. And we got into 2 taxis. In the 2 taxis, one of the drivers had, I think they call it smart driving, the one that gives you the map. For me, I'm a digital migrant. I don't understand it. So ours was basically manual. So one car was ahead of us. For us, we were here. We kept on trying. Then he defeated us. We couldn't get him. At a certain level, the other car, I don't know why the confidence was not there. The pointer took them to the right point and said, this is the place. You have reached your what? Place, your destination. But the house was not labeled. So they lacked the confidence to believe what the technology was telling them. One person in our car, we managed to catch up with the other team, said, I know the place. I saw the Ugandan flag somewhere. So it is near. It's around here. So let's first go manually. Let's go and check there. Let's also go back this way. It could be this way. So our driver had to rotate around, tracing for the same point. At the end, we came back to the same point, and one person told us, we have already got the place. It is actually this very place. And the person who is inside the house came and welcomed us. So we're already there. You come, this is the place. So it shows you the challenge that we have in terms of skilling the people. Yes, the gadgets are there. The data may be there. But do people know what to do? You are talking about the QR barcode. I went to a hotel for the first time. I was told there's a barcode near you. You apply it, you use it, and then, because I was now asking, for us, the Kumi way, do you have chicken? What about, for you, the bagada, you say the cocoa. Do you have a cocoa? For me, I was saying, do you have? So they told me, no, there's a bar, something here. You apply, check in your phone, do this, and then you will see the menu. How many people are able to do this? How many in Ikumi? So Parliament needs to appropriate resources to create a lot of awareness in the public that there are many challenges that you are grappling with, and yet They are easily handled using what? Technology. Tracing places, for places, applying online. Now even adverts, even in courts, I see, my lord, most of your adverts now, they're online. So how many of my people in Kumi are able to apply online? How many know that for you to trace? Because now they go to New Vision and say, this vacancy is available. For details, go to www.court.uganda. How do I start? We are now creating another bunch of people in the middle, the brokers, who are saying that if you want help, you give me 100,000, I help you. My lord, when it comes to issues of purchase of vehicles, these days, if you want a car, you just go online, then you are able to see the car that you want from Japan. From Japan. But for my person in Ikumi, they think that the Japan of Uganda is in Nakawa. So they will come and traverse all the place by foot. By lunchtime, they are tired, they sit down first because they are trying to choose a car. And yet technology has changed the things. That is why I'm thinking awareness creation is very, very, very important, but we can only do it when resources have been provided for that activity to take place, so that the people who are listened to by people go on the air, go to the crowds, tell the people, let people know what is happening. And most of it is on issues of tax assessments, tax reporting. That is the worst. Those days I used to be a small person in accounting. They would tell us that by 15th, somebody is supposed to be submitting what? Returns. You fail to do that, there are penalties. And yet technology is coming to solve that. What is it that we are going to do to help our society? Because these digital platforms are the way to go. We shall do our part, but we need to link up with civil society. Let's have a forum in Parliament. They should focus on majorly these, and then we can now say, let us work on the laws, let's appropriate, let us implement, let us monitor and evaluate, and then we see the impact, because the future is coming for us digitally. Thank you.
Honorable Silas, as you are speaking, of course, the technology has worked itself out. Someone has asked you a question right there. My question to the panelists is that out of this discussion, can there be a move to engage the government to open Facebook in this country?
Very
and I
important.
think on this panel, you are the best placed person
Exactly.
to answer that. What's Parliament doing about that?
I think the best thing we can do about this is to ask big questions. You see, we want to have a parliament which is pro-people, people-centered, vigorous. When you put government under pressure, government will deliver. But the worst thing is for the people who have been given power to keep quiet. Once we do that, then everything has gone under the bed. So I think, as Parliament, what we are going to do, starting from today, because this person has provoked me to go and ask a question. I hope the Prime Minister will be there today. I'm going to ask them, what are you doing about Facebook? Because we are facing challenges. And they should be able to answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Dorothy, your parting shots and recommendations?
Thank you. For the first time, I've agreed with Honorable here on his way forward. But for me, I'm for holistic change, you know, when it comes to development of technology in Uganda. And I liked what Enoch mentioned on leaving nobody behind. Because we know that technology makes services easy, you know. My Lordship has just given a testimony of how, you know, he solved a problem that has been persistent for over 30 years. So service is made easy, but also technology is empowering, you know. It empowers people, it provides opportunities, you know. If we have laws that are empowering, then that would be a more plus, okay? Technology is also a human right, you know. The keynote speaker overemphasized this, the UN resolution of 2016, but also Honorable has mentioned how it's important to emphasize the issue of human rights, but it's also a factor of production today. You know, I think I would be happy if this country, you know, in the process of wooing investors, you know, technology is one of those, you know, factors of production that we are trading as a country. to have more investors come in. Besides the land that we are giving them, we should provide also technology and enabling environment for development of the country. I think it's very important. So for me, it's having every stakeholder, come together, and also with respect to all ideas that are brought on board, but also being very positive when you are legislating about technology, having wider consultative moves to ensure that everybody is brought on board. For instance, listening to my lordship and also the developments that are going on with e-services in this country, government is highly promoting e-services, doing a lot of investment in e-services. So we are seeing putting the cart before the horse. What happens to Ugandans who do not have electricity, for example, okay? Who do not have the infrastructure to be able to benefit? Are we providing e-services specifically for the people that are able to, the privileged ones? How about the vulnerable ones who actually need these services more, okay? So we need to take a holistic approach to having the change that we want to see in the ICT sector in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kenneth, your parting shots and recommendations?
Thank you, Raymond. My parting shots are not going to differ from the previous speakers, Barbara, Honorable, and our Lordship. They are very, very akin to what they've already mentioned. Innovation has to continue. It is here with us. Legislation is great, but it can never go before innovation. I mean, the innovation has to first be there to be legislated. So we must continue with technology innovation. We have already identified right here that innovation in itself, technology in itself, access to internet in itself is creating a digital divide between people, and yet it's meant to be enabling. So my parting shots is that we must continue to innovate, no matter the disadvantages that technology comes with. It's the same as, to give a very simple example, it's the same as using a car. I mean, cars have their own disadvantages. They cause accidents. But because a car has caused an accident, it does not mean that we cannot use it to take the patient to hospital. So such is also technology. It has its own, it can be abused, it can be misused, but if used for the right reasons, it's a catapulting enabler, both for individuals, but also for the economy. So I request that we continue innovating. Companies, software companies like IoTech Limited should definitely partner with telecom industries, with civil society, be able to build platforms that are going to enable farmers to purchase farm inputs from wherever they are without having to come here. There has to be a lot of sensitization for them to start actually trusting that technology works, and it has the ability to deliver fertilizer and seeds to you without you having to move long distances and spending money and time. So my parting shots are summarized in that way. I do request that the partnerships continue, and I thank DPI for putting together this kind of engagement. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I know we've allowed our audience online to ask questions. Does anyone in the room have any question or additions that they'd like to make? If there's consensus that there's none, thank you so much for listening. A round of applause for our panel here. They've done justice to this job for almost 2 hours now. And I have the pleasure and honor to invite you to a small cup of tea as you head out towards our lunch. Lunch is served at the Lex restaurant at the Serena. So just first have a couple of tea and have a small conversation as you head out to lunch. Thank you so much. See you at 2 p.m.
Never see someone so fine. sigana bikwatako ssebo zenene olwo nebiri mu gundi omwo projekita zikyaliwo oguguddeyo butakati Man, that would be Jake one. You know. Hey, by the way, don't unplug the laptop. No, unplug laptop. So it has an issue. Original. Check the green one. What I see. Where is your laptop?
deadly charm. Wicked smile. The first time that I saw you, I must admit I was mesmerized. I remember it all so very vividly. Every move that you made, every word you said burnt in my memory. Drawn to the light in your eyes, like a moth to a flame. The sound of your voice in the night, such a sweet serenade. Sweet serenade. Every move was just like poetry. From the look of your eyes, gazing into the night full of mystery. And just like Mercury, you can be hard to hold. You shine like the diamond of a distant star. You're more alluring than gold. Drawn to the light in your eyes, like a moth to a flame. The sound of your voice in the night, such a sweet serenade. Drawn to the light in your eyes, like a moth to a flame. The sound of your voice in the night, such a sweet serenade. Drawn to the light in your eyes, like a moth to a flame. The sound of your voice in the night, such a sweet serenade. Drawn to the light in your eyes, like a moth to a flame. The sound of your voice in the night, such a sweet serenade. A sweet serenade. A sweet serenade. Remember it all so very vividly, my sweet serenade. Every move was just like poetry. My sweet serenade, sweet serenade.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming back with us from your lunch break. And for those who've had a virtual lunch, we're so glad that you could enjoy lunch without us. We're going to start the second set of conversations. The first of those is already happening virtually, which is the ethical implications of digital inequalities in a rapidly growing country. So that is already happening online. If you're already logged on, please just go to one of the side sessions and you'll be able to see it. But the panel that I'm about to introduce to you here is the one on access denied, addressing the entrenched exclusion and magnified digital inequalities due to the surge in transition in the digital technology. And I'm happy to invite the moderator for that panel, another Raymond. Please, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Raymond, for taking us up to this time. Welcome our dear stakeholders, viewers, and those physically present. This afternoon, we shall dissect a discussion that will tell us the digital inequalities, and then we shall try to see if we can discuss the gaps, and then finally we shall also see how the digital platforms can be delivered without compromising security. So as Raymond said, we are discussing a topic, access denied, addressing entrenched exclusion and magnified digital inequalities due to the surge in transition to digital technology and platforms during the COVID-19 pandemic lockdowns. So with me, I'll have a panel of 5 experts. Allow me invite them to take their seats so that we can dissect this topic. We have Evelyn Amara from Vouch Digital. Can you please join me on the stage? Anyway, feel free. I'll ask her to introduce herself later. Let me first call all my panelists to take their seats. We have Jamila Mayombe from Oitec. Thank you. We have Shane Senyonga from Cloud and Pillar. Thank you. We have Mr. Collins Mugume from Coldev. And finally, we shall be joined by Mr. Anatoly Chirigawo from Yunga Technologies. Okay. Anatoly will be joining us. So allow me ask my panelists to introduce themselves, and then we can quickly delve into this discussion. Starting from my far right.
Thank you, Raymond. My name is Jamila Mayombe. I am co-founder and CTO of IoTech Limited.
Hi everyone, my name is Evelyn Namara. I'm the founder and CEO of Vouch Digital. We are in the business of working with governments, development agencies, as well as businesses who look at dispersing goods and services, transparently do that using a digital platform and e-voucher system.
Good to have you, Jamil.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Shane Senyonga. I'm co-founder and CEO of Cloud and Pillar. We are in the business of providing digital solutions.
Thank you. Good to have you this afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Collins Mugume. Well, originally my introduction said Coldev, but I'm here in capacity of co-founder and CEO for Pay24 Financial Services. We are a digital micro-lending fintech where we're trying to grow financial inclusion in Uganda and in Africa as a continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Collins. All right, so let us go into our discussion tonight. We shall hold our discussion in 4 dimensions. We shall look at the dimensions of digital inequalities in the digital space. We shall then look at the impact of the digital inequalities, specifically during the COVID-19 pandemic and the respective lockdowns throughout the globe. And finally, we shall look at the digital security issues for consideration as you guys put the digital platforms on board for people to enjoy. So what are those security concerns that we must keep in control of so that people can enjoy, consume our services securely? And then finally, each of us will give their own individual opinions on what must be kept in control as we put these digital platforms online without compromising the information security triad. That is confidentiality, integrity, and what? Availability. So let's start with Evelyn. We all know that technology is a dependency to the digital innovation, right? So to what extent have these technology innovations, been responsible for the digital inequalities, in your view?
All right, thank you so much, moderator. So this is a very valid point that you bring about. I mean, especially for the last 2 years, everyone is talking about how digital is enabling things and everything is happening online, but we seldom talk about the inequalities that are actually, happening. So I'll start this looking at the perspective of a tech startup that I am, and some of the considerations I have to go to when I'm building technology for my end users. So the first thing we're looking at, for instance, if I'm building technology, is that I have to think about how the end users are going to consume it. And in that aspect, there are digital consumers that are in urban areas and consumers that are actually not in urban areas. So the very first point is where the inequality comes in is that even from the concept of me building the technology, I'm already thinking about my rural consumers and thinking my solution needs to be consumed on USSD for these specific people. My solution needs to be consumed using a mobile phone, a smartphone for these kinds of consumers. The experience for those two is not going to be the same. Because if my guys who are accessing my platform on USSD, yes, they will get the experience of going through the platform, looking at it, but they will not get the same sort of experience as a person who's using my smartphone app that does exactly the same thing. So already as you build, you start segmenting, what kind of technologies you're supposed to create for a specific segment of people and what you need to create for a specific segment of people. And that already creates some sort of inequality in how people access, in how people consume your product, but also in the outcomes that you get. So those are some of the inequalities I see from a tech perspective and building perspective. And I think majority of that then goes into the bigger picture of But what would you do? I mean, you're still trying to solve a problem, and still the problem is being solved. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't cause inequalities to happen. So those are some of the dimensions I look at, like even sitting down before you start building tech, you still have these things behind your head of who am I building for? What do I want them to achieve? And what are the things that I have to compromise in terms of either the service for them to still get it, or the experience definitely is different for those two consumers. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Evelyn. Later on, will be telling us how we can close those gaps.
Absolutely.
Now that we know them. Let us go to Jamila. Take us into the economic perspective. We all know that the digital revolution is transforming economies, right? There are potential gains from the digital technologies. Do these new opportunities come with challenges, given that within the economies themselves, we see that income and wealth are not leveled?
Absolutely. So when you think about, first of all, Raymond, thank you so much for that question. When you think about digital inequality from the point of view of economics, it's quite like a twofold situation going on. You have companies or economies in this country that are able to provide their businesses on the digital landscape. And they are companies that cannot afford to do that. So what's going to happen is that for the companies that can afford to provide their services over the internet or using the digital landscape, of course they're going to have a bigger markup over the companies that can't, meaning that they're going to benefit more. They're going to basically make bigger decisions, because if they run or rule the markets, then it's going to be their inputs that's going to drive the economy, and it's going to drive the policies or the businesses that drive the economy, which means the digital divide and the income inequality is going to get even bigger. So as technologists, we have to get to a point where we are not trying to only serve the companies that are already versatile and knowledgeable using digital platforms, but we have to get to a point where we are able to also bring other people along that are not yet there, and make this technology not just for the people who already are affluent in technology, but for everybody. I mean, in the morning we had a discussion that basically says that internet is looked at as a human right. So if we look at it from that point of view, then it behooves us to get to a point where we're like, okay, so how can we enable companies, businesses, small, medium enterprises that are whose leaders or whose owners are non-technical savvy, to get to a point where they can get their businesses on the digital platform and just beyond Uganda and to the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Shen, take us to the educational perspective. Many scholars and many people say that the digital inequalities can only be addressed by having accessibility. That's what most people say. But you also know that skills and usage through education is critical. In your view, what is your opinion in that space?
Thank you, Raymond. The readiness of our people to partake digital solutions in education is lacking. You know, when we're developing solutions, we get excited. You have an idea, you get excited. I can come up with this app, with this platform where people can do ABCD, and you're excited, you go ahead and build it. And then reality hits you after that. In my case, we built an education app last year, and we were excited. I was excited because education is I'm very passionate about it. And I'm excited I can help kids who are not in school now learn from even the best teachers in the country they have no access to. And we went ahead with my team, we built an app, and then close to launching, and now realize we need to get the teachers to actually use the app, create the content, and they're not literate. They can't produce a good course for a child to take and learn from. And then it hits us, okay, this is video. How many people can afford the cost? Another problem. Then it hits us, oh, actually most of the people we want to reach don't have devices. So we have these gaps, we have these pertinent issues that we need to solve: infrastructure, we need to solve the people who are using these platforms. We need to help the teachers to learn. We need to educate parents that your children can use apps even in times when they're not in school. Parents think, okay, school is closed, my child can go and dig in the meantime and contribute to the household income. So yeah, we have a lot of work to do in the sphere in terms of digital solutions helping education, and we have a big mountain because we are lagging behind. The World Bank says about 53% of our children are not, 10 years old, are not literate enough. And COVID has worsened that, and it's probably now at 63%, and we're lagging behind. And if we don't innovate and help our people faster, we are going to lag behind a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you, Shen. Collins, inclusion for all, right? Talk to us about the measure to address this digital inequality in terms of inclusion. You've just told us that you've just built an app from the fintech side. Do you think everyone across the country and the globe will be able to use your app?
Okay. Well, thing is, yes, there's still a gap, okay, in terms of accessibility or the use of digital across different socials, okay, different levels of people. But what we need to do, or a lot has been done. I mean, if you look at, like they said earlier, the internet is a big contributor to get us to appreciate the digital solutions or what can be done on the digital side of things. If you look at Uganda as a country or as a market, yes, internet accessibility is still expensive, but a lot has happened in terms of making it affordable over the years. And it's things like this that really change or grow this sort of digital inclusion that we are talking about, that reduces the inequality that we're talking about. Now, when it comes to people like me, or developers, entrepreneurs, and people who are creating things, like Evelyn said earlier, when we're building solutions, it's important to also think across the spectrum. Okay, don't only think for high-end users, like what he just talked about. Yes, in education, they built an app and they didn't really think through what the requirements would be, and they met all these different roadblocks along the way. So this is what I think can be done, and I'm also going to speak from experience from what we have done, right? I look at the finance side of things, okay? Finance is such a big thing in Africa, in Uganda, like accessibility to credit. It's bad. Over 78% of Ugandans actually do not access credit. Things like telecoms have done great things to try and, grow that in terms of make credit money accessible using things like mobile money and things like that. Now, this is where people like us come in and try and see how we can tap into digital to make it possible. So what we've developed, what we put together is a digital solution where we're able to actually give, people are able to access money from their mobile phones. And in a market like Uganda, we have a huge number of people that are getting smartphone devices every year. The prices for smartphone devices have dropped over the years, which now makes it very easy for people to actually, jump onto being digitized, getting these smartphones, which is like the entry for you to, have digital access. So what I would say in terms of inclusion, social inclusion, or inclusion for all, or affordability, is a lot has been done. Internet is becoming more affordable. Can a lot more be done? Yes. Is it still expensive? Technically, it's still expensive, but we are better than where we were a couple of years ago. accessibility. Are the gadgets and the devices available? Yes, there are now much cheaper smartphones available on the market, all right? And even these telecoms and these company enablers are doing so much to make it possible for people to have accessibility in terms of gadgets. I mean, I know a number of telecoms are running campaigns where it's now even possible for you to own a smartphone device on credit, okay? And then you come in now to the financial side of things for people like us. We've also made it possible for you to access credit using digital. So I think a lot is being done in terms of inclusion, and I really want to applaud people like our company, people like the telecoms, people who are doing a lot to make access to digital services possible. And I want him to push them and say, guys, a lot can be done. There's still more opportunities to be picked up. There's still a large spectrum of people to tap into. So yeah, let's do more, and yeah, and again, our work that has been done has been recognized. Yeah.
Thank you, Colin. Now, this digital inequality monster is before us. Shamila called it digital divide. So in about a minute or two, each of us, do you think the mindset of our people globally has a contribution to this inequality?
I can start. Thank you, Raymond, for that great question. So to answer your question about if I think that the mindset of the people globally is the reason we're having the digital divide, I don't think it's a mindset problem. I think it's kind of like a governance and infrastructure problem. The term digital divide was coined about 25 years ago, and it started in the United States, where I think some senators had traveled to a school in Cupertino, California. So they go to this school, and there were these 8-year-old kids on iMac computers, just learning how to use computers, right? So now they leave that school, and 10 minutes down the road, they go to a different school, and these kids had never touched computers before in the US. So that was crazy, because when you think about it, the digital divide, if I can use an analogy, it's kind of like a railway. So if you have the rails already built, that means that a train can move on the rails. And then the carriages are basically the services and the products that enable you to use the rail. So if we do not have the rails, the internet, it's not because of my mindset or your mindset, it's because I don't have access to the rails. So if we as a country or the lawmakers, business owners are able to come together and provide an environment where internet is readily available to everybody, then our mindsets can change around it if the services that we need to better our lives are going to be found on the internet. Thank you.
Thank you, Shamira. Evelyn, your opinion?
Yeah, I definitely would love to agree with most of the things Shamila said. When you think about the digital divide, and I implore all of you, if you haven't read the Alliance for Affordable Internet report that just came out, I think probably a few weeks back, it talks about the cost of exclusion, of excluding women specifically on the internet. And even just from a gender perspective of just excluding women from the internet, it's costing governments billions of dollars. And when you look through that, most of those things that are in that report are things that we can do. It's not about mindset, it's about governance, it's about policy makers. So in a country like Uganda, when you look at the indexes out there, if you look at all of the reports that have been done with, from GSMA to the World Bank, you'll see that we are lagging behind from a policy perspective. So you have to be ready as a country if you want your country to actually be on the same level. You have to have the right rights in place. You've got to have the right education in place. You have to be intentional with everything that you're doing. Access has got to be at the center of all of your policies. You have to think about content. Is it meaningful? You have to look at targets. Are you impacting, and are you looking at the indicators and saying, are we there yet? So as a country, there's a lot that you need to do from a policy perspective to enable the ground so that when people come up, If a child is starting to use the internet, then they know they have access to content, they have access to ABC, but all of those have to come from a policy perspective. And if a country has weak policies, for instance, I'll just point on just a few policies as a country that we've had in the past. If you have a policy that maybe makes data, the cost of data really high, or if you have a policy that says, you know, the next day social media has to be taxed, all of that make affordability more expensive. There are countries that don't have those policies. And so that makes the divide even more higher and takes us at least more years before we can get to where we need to be. So there's a lot that needs to be done, but it needs to start with the policymakers. It needs to start from the government's perspective.
Thank you, Evelyn. Another solution, policies. Shen, your opinion?
I think it's a combination of policy in access, in terms of infrastructure. Policy, I think technology, especially using it, is not so expensive. We can catch up, but we need our policymakers to decide that let's get there. We can try and compete and actively work on it, put policies in place to enable uptake of technology. But also mindset, I think is an issue. It shouldn't be dismissed. I have a very live recent example. We built a solution for an organization that has a tournament. They have this tournament every year. They've had it for decades. And normally they have papers, people who want to participate, fill in the papers, take money, cash or mobile money, and they're admitted to the tournament. So they come to us, they want an online solution. They want people to go online, do their registrations, and even pay, so that they don't start collecting money, who has paid, where we lost this paper, those things. And we developed it. And people said, I don't understand this stuff. Can I do it manually? Do you have forms? I can't do this. And then the people in charge had to tell them, no, this is the only solution we have. You must do it like that. And there's been a lot of resistance, but
it's the only means.
Yes. So people are starting to allow to change. Mindset is also very important. You can have all these things in place, but if the mindset is not worked on, also uptake will be a problem.
Evelyn, you want to
Can I just react to that really quick? Yeah, no, I think I sort of understand when he talks about mindset, but also, and I would love to say, is that a mindset issue or is that a training issue? Because if I'm not familiar with using this phone, and I'm an Android person 100%, and you bring me an iPhone and you're like, oh, here is a gadget, use it. I need to have some basic skill of understanding how to use that gadget for me to be comfortable to use it. But I feel like if they're given the right tools and skills to say, now, this is a new platform that we are giving you, and this is how it's going to transform your life, and this is how you're supposed to use it, then I feel like then people get there. But in most cases, I feel like we drag them to the horse, drag the horse to the river, and you're like, drink. But there are a lot of things there that need to be captured in my mind.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. But the example I used, the people I'm talking about, they're well-to-do people. They attend Zoom meetings, board meetings. But because they're used to a certain way of doing something, analog way, they still want to go through that process, and they're resistant to the change, to the solution, to the digital solution. So still we need to really, really work on the mindset change.
Okay, you bring another perspective of change resistance. But Collins, tell us, do you think mindset should be worked on to remove the digital inequalities?
Yes, and no. Yes, on the side of, I actually agree with what everyone here has just said. Yes, there's an issue of mindset, okay? And I'm also going to, just to sort of like back that up, if you look at the things that we've had in this country, the things that have happened in this country, you know, some have not been policies, some have been decisions done by our leadership on certain things. That is not an issue of I'm making this decision because I do not know. It's an issue of I'm making this decision because my mindset, I'm thinking this way, okay? So that's where the mindset comes in bit. Because if our leadership is able to make some decisions based on how they think things should be done, and such actions affect this digital inequality, there's an issue there, right? That's one. Then there's an issue of training and education and awareness, okay? Some of these things, these digital resources or digital solutions that are there that would remove the inequality are available, but not enough training and awareness has been done to make people appreciate them or know how they can make their lives easier or how they can be utilized, okay? That's something else that has to be looked at. So yes, definitely there's an issue of mindset change, there's an issue of training and awareness, then there's an issue of policies, which has already been talked about by all the other panelists here. So yeah, 3 things that I think would probably need to be looked at. But yes, mindset is definitely something that needs to be considered.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, panelists. We have so far discussed the dimensions of digital inequalities. We looked at the technology perspective, the economic perspective, the education perspective, the social perspective, and the mindset perspective. But now, let's come to the real item, the impact of the digital inequalities, specifically during the pandemic and the lockdowns that happened. Evelyn, yes, you'll start with us again. Are people at the same pace in digital transformation?
Absolutely not. That's the short answer. No, we are not. We are definitely not. And to be quite honest, when the pandemic hit, everyone got excited about how everything has gone online, and now the world is a much better place. You can sit down and just using your phone, you know, call your doctor and everything. You're in heaven, basically, because everything is going digital. But no, not everyone stays in Kampala, not everyone stays in the capital city. So when you think about the inequalities, think about your mother or your grandmother in the village, or like literally what we are facing today in the education system. You're telling kids to stay home, but there's an option of live streaming education, right? Some people who can afford it can now live stream, and your kids are online, they can access their content online, but the people in the villages don't have that privilege, right? So the inequality there is that the people won't actually have access, but yet in some aspect where the digital transformation has actually helped people, you're like, all right, now we are not in the classroom, you can now live stream. That's an inequality. When you think about telemedicine, today I can sit down and go to Rocket Health and ask them to come and pick a sample at my house, and voila, they'll be there in very few minutes, and I'll have a sample taken and my blood will go. What about guys who can't even afford that sort of a privilege if you're out in the village? So you find that even as we are moving higher, we are excited about the transformations of this technology. There's still people who are lagging behind. And the fundamental aspects of what we spoke about in terms of, for me, I call it meaningful access. Let access be meaningful for everyone. As a person in the village, as a person in town, if we are not having the same sort of experience using digital technologies, then there's a disconnect there. And so we have to solve the problems of, if you're doing live streaming and I can't, that means I don't have education. If you're doing telemedicine and I can't, that means from a health perspective, I'm lagging behind. If you're able to call a safe border to take you for transportation using your mobile phone and I can't because I'm somewhere else, there's a disconnect there. So there's so many disconnecting aspects when it comes to technology and the transformations that we're facing today. And yes, we'll talk about the solutions, but definitely there's a disconnect right there.
Thank you. So there was an impact. Were impacted by the pandemic?
Yes, definitely. There was an impact, both good, like I said. It's amazing that people can still have school. Those who can afford it, you can still get a Zoom class. It's amazing that I can call a doctor and I can still actually have my samples taken in a very short time. I can go to the market. I don't have to go to the market, and I can call an app and people will bring my produces in my house. So there's an impact right there. But when you think about the other half of the population that is not on the internet, how is
Like
that
a person in Shema?
Exactly. How is that impacting them? They probably don't even know there's a Safe Border app that exists. So then there's a disconnect because I'm in Kampala, I have the good life, but someone literally just a few kilometers away is not having the same experience that I have.
Thank you. Shamila.
The name is Jamila.
Jamila.
Yes.
Nice.
Thank you, Jamila. Now, years back, we were told that Uganda was laying a backbone to give connectivity to everyone, access in every district. Do you think there is connectivity available and reliable for everyone, even people in Bunyaruguru or people in Katakwi and Kampala?
Well, the short answer to that is no. Internet is not readily available to everybody in Uganda. But the long answer to that is that so for the longest time, we've had mainly 2 internet service providers in the country, and those are the big telcos. So that's MTN and Airtel. And to give them credit, they have done really a great job to make sure that their voice network is readily available in the most parts of the country. And so when they added internet access on top of that, it was a very welcome effort. But if you notice that that internet it's readily available in Greater Kampala and Wakiso, but when you step out of those spaces, it's almost close to nothing. So over the years, we've had other service providers get into the market. So we've had Rock, we've had Liquid, we've had Simba, to name a few, and those have been really, really helpful because we've gotten to a point where internet is not only accessible by business owners, but also homes can basically set up like a home network. But still, that is also only available to the people who already had access through the telcos. So it's like the ones who have are getting much more, and the ones who do not have still are getting basically the end of the stick. And so the inequality for access to internet is growing wider and wider. And even Kampala itself, not all of Kampala is covered by most of these service providers. Like you'll find that still there are particular areas in Kampala that have access to like the new, like you could find Liquid is not everywhere in Kampala. You will find Rock is not available everywhere in Kampala. So you have to be in specific regions in Kampala to get access to very good internet. Our government, a few years ago, I don't know if you guys remember this, there was this campaign to get a Wi-Fi connection in Kampala. I don't know if any of us have ever connected to it.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, but it was a thing that was going around and government was making so much noise for it, and we don't know what happened to that. So if the policymakers, I'm going to be really hard on the policymakers, because if they do not understand the value that internet provides to our citizens, we shall come back next year and have the same conversation, because we have to get to a point where we realize that internet is a human right, and the people in power, the people in charge, should look at it from that point of view and do whatever it takes to make sure that every Uganda has access to good and affordable internet, the same way we have access to water and electricity, even if all of those things are still not yet available as they should throughout the whole country.
Thank you, Jamila. Collins, you want to?
Yeah, I just want to chip in a bit on that in terms of connectivity. Is connectivity available and reliable everywhere? Here's the interesting bit of what I've discovered. Telecoms have actually done so much. Like, for example, Airtel has nationwide coverage of 4G. So essentially, anywhere that you are in Uganda, you'll actually have access to Airtel internet, okay? In terms of, is it available? Yes, it's available. Is it reliable? Interestingly, when you're out of the city or out of the crowded areas, your internet or connectivity speed is actually much better than when you're in a crowded place, which is amazing. So is it reliable? Yes. But the issue is it affordable? That's where the problem comes in. So I feel like, again, the providers have done so much in terms of making connectivity available, making it reliable, but probably there's still a lot that can be done, again, from the uphead coming down, cascaded down to the service providers, in terms of making it more affordable to everyone to reduce the inequality.
Thank you. Thank you, Collins. Shane, COVID came, were hit, the world was hit, Uganda was hit. That was negative. But people like you who are innovative looked at some opportunities. So do you think that people are, or our people, are using those enormous opportunities that the pandemic showed us?
I would say no, mainly no. Innovators, of course, we are trying to use the opportunities available by creating. I can, yes, there's an issue of internet accessibility. The networks have done very well, like Colin said. It's there, it's not affordable to most of our people. And really policy needs to check, to solve some issues. If we know majority of our people are poor, we know the digital era is here, why are we overtaxing the internet that is now like a human right that everyone needs? Let's make it more affordable. Government can help a lot on that. There's also affordability of gadgets, of machines to use. They're very expensive for most of our people. And I'm not trying to be like a communist, but I think government really needs to put in place solutions to help our people afford some of these things, because we can get ahead. At least we can compete. Unlike the way we failed to compete before in other eras, in the digital era, information is available, it's everywhere. But also, there's a big issue that we need to solve as innovators, private sector, civil society, of digital literacy. When the president announced that we're going to have scientific campaigns, they said they're going to be on radio and TV. I don't think that happened. So we came up with a solution. We called it campaigning. And it works more like TikTok, if you know it. So all a candidate had to do is download the app, register, and they could record videos, like generally like campaign. It was that simple. And the voters, you put in your national ID, then it picks where you're voting from and gives you the feed only for the people relevant to you. We were thinking, no-brainer. We finish the app, we launch it. The people, the candidates, didn't want to hear it. They wanted to go and talk to the people physically. The users, oh, my data, I can't even download the app. It's 50 MBs, I don't have that. Those are things, yeah. Of course they're valid. They're valid, but it comes back to the question of availability, of affordability, of the internet, but also we need digital literacy, because we'll make all these solutions and our people won't be able to use them.
Okay, thank you, Shane. Collins, you see, when I was growing up, my dad used to tell me that a problem shared is halfway solved. The pandemic came and hit us. In your view, do we see need for unity to collaborate between you guys in the private sector and government so that things can be made easier for people?
I like how you've started it. Yes. Personally, I'm a strong believer of collaboration compared to competition. I'm the kind of person that will actually sit down with my direct competitor and we break bread. Why? Because at the end of the day, I believe joint efforts are able to deliver much more in terms of benefiting your customers than you just going after each other and trying to, being selfish and get the best out of whatever you can. So yes, collaboration is very, very important. And like you said, public-private partnership, there's no two ways around it. It's definitely important. I know a lot has been done in terms of government being flexible, in terms of working with the private sector, in terms of providing some of these services. And if I just to give you an example from the private sector private sector side of things, all the successful or all the private sector companies that have actually been able to have a solid impact, no matter the sector, whether it's health, whether it's education, whether it's transport, they have not done it alone. They have done it because they have been able to collaborate and get their efforts together. Because you'll never be good at everything. You'll never be good at everything. So yes, there's need for us to be able to work together with government. There's need for government to work together with private sector, for us to be able to work, put energies together and deliver solutions for the citizens of Uganda, for the people of Uganda.
Thank you. Thank you. I like your opinion on that. Now, each of us, you guys have put up digital platforms out there. Okay? Are people accepting them? Is usage very good? Are people accepting that the digital world is the way to go? Maybe if we could start with you, Collins, and then we go.
I'll say yes. This is why. I'll try and tap it in terms of sectors. Look at food in the food restaurant space of things. Apps cropped up during COVID, right? Because online services, deliveries, they made a killing. I mean, businesses like Safe Border literally flipped their business from just being a transport company to a logistics company. And they couldn't have done that if people were not embracing digital, that digital is the war of things. Look at guys like Jumia. Jumia grew. I mean, if you look at their numbers from the time pre-COVID and post-COVID, it's insane. And that is because people actually adapted that now they don't need to leave their houses to go and buy things. They're able to do that. Rocket Health, I mean, for them, I can't even tell you what they've been able to do. It's a major success story. And all this is because people were able to adapt to the new way of doing things. So yes, there has been a change. People have adapted digital. And I believe more can be done. And I'm very excited. I feel COVID moved us 5 years ahead of where it would be in terms of acceptability to the digital way of life. So there's a good thing out of every bad thing that happens.
Thank you. Shane, are your apps being accepted?
Yes, yes and no. In urban areas, in the cities, in Kampala, yes, people use them. Like you said, Safe Border, Jumia, and the food apps. But if you're going to do serious business, you need to scale. You need to look at the millions that we have. And it goes back to the point of digital literacy. We need a solution. And maybe we, as innovators and private sector, we need to maybe dedicate some of our budget towards digital literacy, empower those people to consume our products to help everyone.
Thank you, Shane. Evelyn?
Yeah, that's a question that takes me back to, my mind starts blowing when I think about that question. And here's why. I always feel like we need to move away from looking at technology in terms of just apps and, apps, are they being accepted, and it's become an app ecosystem. And to going back to a framework of user-centered design and really coming down to who are we solving a problem for, and how big a demographic are those people, and talking to them in a way that they understand the benefits of what we are going to now bring forward. So that technology then becomes just an avenue within which a product or a service is delivered. If you look at it that way, then if my grandmother is in the village and I need to send her money, it's not about me using mobile money to send you money. It's about, how about in 1 minute, I can get you money to go to the hospital, as opposed to, let's say, the years back when you had to go to the post office and then put money on the bus, and then it gets to you. So when I'm a user, I want to hear more of what are you solving for me, and then let your technology be in the backbone of what you're doing for me. Then that way we can scale the solutions, and that way we can speak to what people actually care about, which is their problem being solved. Trust me, most people don't care about the technologies we are putting out there. They don't. They just care that you're solving a problem that they have. And how you do it is the avenue of the technology. And so I always believe that sometimes even when why the app tech doesn't come is because we go saying, yo, I have an app. Here's the app, download it, your life is going to get better. You're selling the wrong product, because I don't care about your app. I care that when I wake up, I have a problem and you're solving it for me. And the way you're solving it is by using this piece of technology. Then someone will listen to you more. So in that aspect, I feel like, yes, now the solutions that you're talking about, you know, if I am home and I'm sick and you're telling me, oh my goodness, I'll be able to get you a doctor in 1 second and you don't have to line up for 20 hours, then I understand how that should be a solution that I should actually go for. So I know I've gone on and on, but it just builds. It's a broader perspective of how we look at technology and solving the problems that we have. And if we can change the narrative of looking at what are we solving, who are we solving for, then more uptake would be taken, because people would feel included in that process of solving the problem for them.
Thank you. I like your insights. Yes, Jamira.
Right. So at IoTech, our business model is really to build software for businesses. So because of that, it's been a very high uptake for the services that we provide. And to chime into what Evelyn has said is that when we meet business owners, we're not coming at them with like, oh, there's this technology. We come in to understand their businesses and to understand the pain points in their businesses. And in most cases, what we do is to automate their business processes and take away the pain points. And how we do that is by using the thing that we know how to do well, which is technology, and building applications to solve the problems that they do. So because of that mindset, we're able to have a high uptake of the services that we provide, because we are not coming into the door with technology. We're coming into the door with, hey, what problems are impeding your businesses from getting from level A to level B, and this is how we can help you to get there.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, now we have looked at how the pandemic hit us. We have looked at how we're impacted. Now, you guys are out there in the digital world. You've brought solutions to the public. So, I need us now to advise both the private sector and government as we bring these digital platforms online. What are those security issues that need to remain in control, so that as we solve these inequalities we've talked about, we remain safe? So, let me start with Evelyn. Cybercrime. How would you advise players in the digital world to remain protected against these criminals?
Yeah.
We are starting with the private sector. We shall tackle government later.
Okay, private sector. So cyber. I think with the most uptake and everyone getting online and everyone getting so excited about being online, we forget about the devil that is the internet. And there are good opportunities, but there are also fears of the internet, and that's where cyber crimes come in.
So digital security comes in now, right?
Absolutely, digital security comes in. And because most people just get the gadgets and you're excited about getting the work done, most people forget that aspect of how do you keep yourself secure. And I think the very starting point, especially for private businesses, is to be very intentional about having a cybersecurity. I know sometimes, of course, budget-wise, people might not have someone dedicated to that, but it's a very big aspect, especially for private sector players that have big IT sections. You have to have a cybersecurity person in place to help understand what's going on. You have to be trained. You have to have all your users be trained on the basic aspects of using the internet and their gadgets. Stuff like from the very basic stuff of how you log into your computer, what are some of the fundamental things of how your password should be set up, and not sharing your passwords left, right, center, how you go onto secure sites using HTTPS. So there's all of those different aspects of using the internet from the, of course, the private sector perspective that people need to know about. And this is all an educational aspect, because most people are excited, they have the gadgets, most people are excited, they're online, but then you forget the devil that is cyber crimes. And so I think the very first step on every cybersecurity training I've been on is it starts with you, the user themselves, to understand what your role is. When you log on and you're now on the other side, what is happening to the world. There's so many people who have lots of time, and so many people have lots of resources, and they can dedicate those to either doing good or doing bad. So if they find that you're vulnerable in your passwords, if they find that you're going to any website without you being very conscious about technology, if you're just putting in your credit cards, on any website you go to, so especially with now the uptake of e-commerce, how do you know which are the fake sites? How do you know which ones to actually put in your credit card and be safe? So it's all an educational aspect, and I think it should start in-house in terms of businesses being very intentional in training their users on how to use from a user perspective, but also from the server end, training their expertise, the team, to help ensure that all of their users are safe by putting in place the right mechanisms. So it's an educational piece.
Thank you so much. I come from the banking world. Yes, banks, of course, will not say, but we have issues down there. We have issues down. So this cybersecurity is a serious issue as we put the digital platforms online. Now, let me go to Jamira. Yes, you guys are CEOs. As you put these platforms online, what are those pain points in management that digital players must remain in control of?
So I believe that as digital players and people who build software platforms, we have to get to the mindset of thinking of security as a first-class citizen and not something that you think as a by the way when your product is out there and you're like, oh, how can I safeguard this thing and rein it in so that the people who are using my platforms are not affected by cybercrime. So the idea of security first has to be prevalent in the business, and the people who are managing these businesses should have that type of value system. So all the way from the development team, how code is reviewed, how code is written, basically the knowledge that you avail your developers, the research and development team to actually avail themselves with knowledge of what security they need to put in place for their platforms. There's a lot of information on the internet that we can use while building these platforms to make sure that they are safe for our users, and the data that we collect from our users is securely kept, and also it doesn't get into the hands of people who shouldn't have it. So yeah, definitely security first should be a mindset that most of the technology companies should have, and also definitely not just say, but actually implement.
Thank you. Shane, as when the pandemic hit, of course, people like you who are into application development, you realized that you added to put more things online. You needed to solve problems, right? At the same time, you already had some services that were already in production. How would you advise the private sector to do that? What method should they use properly to put new services online without affecting those already in production?
It's a good one. Difficult. In my experience, especially in Uganda, we were not ready. Very many businesses did not have online capabilities, and you find yourself you have to close, and everyone is working from home. So problems start now. You tell your people take your laptops home and work from home. Security issues come in. Information is being lost. I think now it's time we are realizing now, a bit late, but post-COVID, we need to innovate systems, especially digital security systems that are adaptable to crisis, that ensure that work continues even beyond lockdowns, for example. We shouldn't be caught offside next time certain things happen where businesses have to close because you have to work from home. In my experience, we are an IT firm, but our work was pegged back because our people were used to come work from office. There was internet access. We tell people we need to deliver this platform in ABC time, and it can't happen. I have poor connectivity. So we need solutions that enable us for people to work online, to do them now for the next time there's a crisis, especially this time where we have global warming. You never know what's going to happen. So,
okay. Actually, bring in a very good perspective that I wanted Colin to discuss. Okay, in business, it's called business continuity, but as in the tech side, in most cases, we call it disaster recovery. There's a very good example recently that hit Facebook and WhatsApp. So, Collins, what are the must-haves for people in the digital space to keep services, to keep people work from wherever they are and keep services available so that consumers can have them from wherever they are? What are those things that must be fixed for business to continue even when there is an issue, even when there is a pandemic?
Can I be honest? One of the things that actually keeps me up at night is the issue of business continuity. There's nothing, and I'll tell you the truth, there's nothing as crazy as when your systems go down just because of a small mistake.
Unexpected outages.
We're a tech company. I can't tell exactly what happened to Facebook. The official story was the CDNs were not communicating. We do not know. Okay, it could have been that. Maybe it was an outage in one of the CDNs that was supposed to route the traffic through all of them. We do not know. But the thing is, business continuity is very, very important. And I'll give you another scenario. Recently, in this platform that we've built, we obviously, as developers, there's always a test server, then there's a production server and everything. So under the running late on delivering a certain feature, and the developers were working overtime to get this done. And this guy forgot to remove a slash out of the code, just a slash out of the code, took it live, right? And next thing, we're just seeing customers complaining, guys, I can't pay. And all of us are thinking, what's happening? Why is the money not coming in? Only to go back and realize we made a mistake. We didn't take we didn't follow our own processes, our own SOPs. We didn't have a second eye on the code. We didn't have another guy look at the code and make sure everything is right. Stupid mistakes that most of people do because we are in a rush. So as far as business continuity, there's one thing I tell myself, and I've told my people, and I still tell people, as you're running a company, whether you're developing an IT solution, a tech solution, develop local, but think global. Yes. Do not just think there's no one who's going to figure out how to hack my website and deface it. No, there's a Russian guy that will make that happen. Because your website is not just for Uganda. Do not think, in Uganda there's no one who's going to figure out how to hack my app. No, they will. They will. And it happens all the time. I tell you guys, there are people who are sitting down every other day trying to figure out what loopholes you have left. So as you build whatever solution you're building for the sake of business continuity, build it locally, but think global. Think you're building against the smartest guy you can ever think of. So as you do your website, think of closing all the doors. Think of what will happen, what protections can I put in place? How many, what passwords are we using? The password is one of the most reckless mistake that people do. Someone is creating a password and all they're doing today is, let's say, this is DigiSecCon 2021, and then creates a password, DigiConSecCon 2022, or password DigiConSec, and you're like, man, this is small things that we need to think about, and these are things that affect our businesses in terms of business continuity. Think through every tiny little detail as far as your security is concerned, because there's someone out there who's going to break your system and your business will definitely be affected.
Evelyn, you want to bring in an insight?
As Collins was speaking, I got an insight there, because I think what most of us do, and especially us in the Ugandan ecosystem, you find that you have a very minimal budget, and your budget is really tied to doing a very specific thing. We are all bootstrapping, you don't have investment coming in. And so you find that because you have bigger decisions to make, you compromise some of the most important things of your business. So for instance, if I'm looking at, I'm building technology, and especially in the fintech world that involves money, that involves everything, when you're building such a platform, you've got to have things that you can't compromise about. When it comes to security, you have a stress testing person, a security person who comes in and say, just stress attack my server and let's know where we have loopholes. These are all things that need budgets, where you call in a cybersecurity expert and say, we've built this platform, we're about to go live, we're going to be serving X amount of customers, and we need you to do some tests to see if there are any penetration gaps we have in the system. So because people don't have budgets, you'll find that that's a role that you will probably not even think about. Quality assurance is another role when you're doing software development, because you have to have a quality assurance person. When your developers develop code, there has to be another person dedicated to looking at that code and saying, all right, all the aspects of the code are working very well, now we can deploy. And some of those very critical aspects of building some software like that, you bypass them because you want to do the quick and dirty. I'll just have the developers do the work, we'll do a test, we'll deploy on test, and then we'll just go live. And then later on, you find all of these cyber attacks, happening. And so I feel like, again, it's upon us to know what the threats are, whichever business that you're building, and while you're building your budgets, to really compromise and see where can you not compromise, and then make sure that those aspects of your business are tight enough for you to not be faced by all of these cyber threats.
Thank you so much. Now, yes, Collins, you have.
I know you said we'll talk at government in another section, but there's something that I wanted to throw in.
Yes, bring it in.
Yeah. So NITA has done a lot of work in terms of some of the papers and some of the policies they have put out to help digital solutions or tech companies. Some of those documents are a huge resource, like the Data Protection Act, and the checklist that you have to go through for you to ensure that you're legally you're in the right space. Usually some of the things they ask for actually help with some of these things that we're talking about, because they'll ask you okay, so where are you storing the user's data? Do you have a backup? Where is this server? Who handles here? Where is your data protection policy? Who has
so they help you align.
Exactly. So what I'm just saying is it's a resource that us as private sector we can take advantage of to make sure that we do the right checklist, ensure that business continuity actually happens for the sake of security, cyber security and all.
Actually, that's the area I wanted us now to tackle. But now that you've given your opinion, the rest of the team will give their own opinions. As these platforms go online, as you make people work and give consumers these services to have them from anywhere, in the private sector, in private businesses, what are those? You guys talked about policy and procedures. What are those, issues in terms of policy we need to put in place so that, so that we are protected in terms of policy, at policy level? Jamila, could you give us some insights in that area?
Yeah, sure thing. I think the government has done a great job in availing us with all of these acts that we can actually use to make sure that we build safe software. Like what Collins had mentioned, the Data Protection Act, the National Payments Act, that if we sit down as technologists and first of all read and understand, and then also comply with when we're building our platforms, to make sure that, because at the end of the day, they are really there to safeguard the users for whom we are building this software, right? So if we go ahead to, you know, work with government to actually understand these acts, to read them, to implement them when we're building our software, so to make sure that the end product is actually usable, it's actually safe, and it's actually making sure that in case we are hacked, or in case we are hacked, we did everything that we could to protect the data of our users.
Thank you so much. Now, let's go and advise government. I think your point, you're also advising government, so I'll skip you. So, Evelyn, now, when things happened, when the pandemic came, the president would go and list, these are essentials, these are not essentials. So the essentials must come to work, must be given special permits to move, others are not essential. I mean, what must government do to achieve the end-to-end reachability of all sectors so that these things of you are essential? Because I'm sure everybody is important. Everybody is important. Now, if you tell somebody who a janitor is not essential, so if you come to office and it's messy, what will happen? In my view, everybody is important. So what are those things that must government do to ensure everybody is aligned? Should a pandemic or a crisis hit, then all of us are able to move the next step, not taking a few and leaving the rest.
I always try not to sound so political when it comes to advising staff of government, because I get super emotional when it comes to those conversations. But I think in the context of living it in the technology aspect, some of the things that we talked about, for me, I believe that we need to have strong policymakers. I can't underscore that enough. We really need to have people who are connected with what's happening on ground, because I feel like most of the times there's a disconnect between what is going on the ground and what the policymakers are making. And probably that might be because of the age gap, because, you know, we are a very young country and most of the people are young that are actually facing these things, but then the people who are creating the policies are quite old. For me, from a technology perspective, and to make sure that no one is left behind, the first thing we talked about, I think I spoke about it, is you know, having the rights in place. Do we have the policies that allow people, for all of us, if you're getting online, what are some of those rights that you need to know when you're getting online? And I spoke about that report, the cost of exclusion, that actually excludes most women on the internet. If you think about it, most of the people are not getting online because of either being bullied. There's cyber harassment, for instance, law. I don't know if we have, I think we do actually have it in Uganda. Have we gone through it and actually read and see how that can actually be brought to fruition? Because if people are bullied for getting online, or if people are harassed, some people think that, no, that internet thing is not for me, because when I go on, I'm going to, they have that whole Nigerian prince story, that there's either going to be hackers attacking me, or there are going to be people who are, because there's a bad side to the internet where people, especially women, face the biggest, we have the rights in place, and we have the policies that actually